truth live from where they create. Sylvia speaks, no filter, no buffer. Courtroom drama couldn't get any tougher.
When the gavel's first bang, to the witness turns tears. Sylvia's lens captures all your hopes and fears. Uploading justice one trial at a time. Tuning every moment, edges sublime.
Welcome to the Sylvia Show, oh yeah. She's got the inside scoop, don't you care? With every verdict, suspense does grow. So hit subscribe, let's start the show. Welcome to the Sylvia Show, oh yeah. She's got the inside scoop, don't you care? With every verdict, the suspense does grow. So hit subscribe, let's start the show. Faces tell stories, the courtroom can't hide. Sylvia's insights cut through the divide. From jury talks to the lawyer's secret. In Sylvia's world, you know you'll need it. Behind the scenes where whispers are loud, her lens reveals the truth in the crowd. Courtroom secrets laid bare to see. Stay curious with Sylvia Spree. Every objection, every sharp retort, Sylvia's there to give you the report. Exclusive footage no one else can snag. From catchy headlines straight to the tag. Welcome to the Sylvia Show, oh yeah. She's got the inside scoop, don't you care? With every verdict, the suspense does grow. So hit subscribe, let's start the show. Welcome to the Sylvia Show, oh yeah. She's got the inside scoop, don't you care? With every verdict, the suspense does grow. So hit subscribe, let's start the show.
Faces tell.
Happy New Year, everybody. Guys, do you hear what's going on? I've been watching it this morning, and did you guys hear what happened in New Orleans? I don't want to be a burden of bad news, but did y'all hear what's going on? Hey, everybody that's coming in, Happy New Year. Josephine says she loves your song. Oh, tell Josephine, thank you, y'all. Let me, hold on a second. Let's just say a prayer. Lord Father, we thank you, Lord. We ask you to help us, Father. Help your people everywhere, Father. This is our SOS prayer. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. You watching it right now, Robin? It's crazy. It is so crazy, y'all. It is so crazy. It's crazy. Okay, hold on a second. Let me just let me let you guys see me. Hey guys, hey everybody. Hold on a second. I was gonna present it what I was watching. Hold on. Okay, here we go.
Acts that are a continued postponement. So I believe this is an indication that public safety is their paramount, and they do not have that comfort level they need to ensure that that tonight would go off without a hitch.
Scott Duffy, thanks so much again for all of your expertise on these matters. It's unfortunate that we are speaking about it, but that is the reality that we are in right now. So, Scott, thank you so much for joining us. Happy New Year to you, and we always appreciate your inputs.
Thank you.
You take care. All right, everyone. We will take another 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us. We will be back with more updates out of New Orleans when we come back.
Okay, y'all, hold on. I gotta find the other music. This is ridiculous, y'all. This is so ridiculous. Hold on a second. Let me just get the other news. Trying to watch live coverage of it.
See whatever we can do to provide support to both the governor and the city.
Can you talk to the unified command? We've seen, I mean, this room was absolutely packed just 30 minutes ago on both ends with the press as well as just all the leaders here showing support. What does that look like as a state official? What does that look like for everyone to come together?
That thing is stuck. I don't know what's going on.
We're going to find all the people that were involved, and we are all committed to doing that. And so, you know, it's a federally run response at this point, but we still have a lot to do at the state level and the local level.
Talk a little bit about you and your office. What support does that look like? What support are you giving to this investigation?
Well, you know, the governor's declared an emergency. So we provide support to the governor's office of Homeland Security and to the governor's office during any kind of declared emergency or disaster. So we're doing that. I have investigators and I have prosecutors in my office. And so we'll be looking at any of the support that this city needs on either of those fronts. And of course, we will also coordinate with the federal government.
Obviously, there's a lot of talk about.
Hold on. They caught him already.
To traffic to try to keep people.
Because as we've been talking about over the past couple of years, that the NOPD is short when it comes to officers, and so we can use all of the assistance we can get. The FBI also currently investigating the fact that there are multiple people involved in this, trying to find who those people are and where potentially more explosives were. Apparently, 2 of those were set off earlier, where they can just make sure that people are protected. But you know, it's still a little bit. You're a little bit in the weeds right now because you don't know necessarily where this is going or where they could have gone.
And there are still tens of thousands of people here for the Sugar Bowl, which we now know will be played tomorrow instead of tonight. So we know that
So
the
they
FBI
changed
and some
the
other
Sugar
law
Bowl.
enforcement agencies were sweeping several properties in the French Quarter, trying to keep people safe, also sweeping the Superdome, trying to make sure that that was clear and that this game could go ahead and be played. It's a big task.
This is crazy, isn't it, y'all?
That many people who are not from this town safe after something like this.
Unfortunately, we also just got the ID of another victim. We're being told that Tiger Besh was also another victim that was announced as
This would have been 10 victims, right?
entries after this happened. And unfortunately, I just heard from our sports director, Doug Moonton, who walked in. Apparently, he was an athlete in our community, in the Lafayette community, and we're trying to confirm more of the victims as they are announced.
We also just have something brand new in from the Associated Press.
It's 15 now?
Investigators say that they have reviewed video that shows 3 men and a woman placing improvised explosive devices somewhere in New Orleans, French Quarter. So now that is 4 people that we know are believed to be involved in this situation. Only 1 suspect has been identified and now killed by police. So that's 3 more people that they could be searching for right now.
And this is probably what we were asking for at the press conference, that they can confirm exactly who is it that they can, why do they believe that there were multiple people? So now we have a video that tells us there were multiple people placing these around, and it gives us a clearer picture. And the suspects are now right now, they're looking for them. They want to find out exactly where they are. And now this is also the question that I have. I know that Bourbon Street is an active crime scene and it is closed right now, but because we know that these suspects put IEDs or potential IEDs or explosive devices around the French Quarter, are we cordoning off the French Quarter? Are we stopping people from coming in until this investigation is complete? Or what does NOPD have planned?
And what do you say, or what do you do with the many people who live in the French Quarter, who call it home and don't know if they are living right out front of a possible future crime scene? I mean, especially if I'm sure the FBI is working really diligently to find every possible device that was placed around the French Quarter. Again, we know that there were lots of sweeps done, but you have to be very thorough when so many lives are at risk in such a condensed area where so many people visit and live.
We just want to give you guys an update on where we are. If you are just joining us, we've been covering this all morning long. Started at 3:15 a.m. That is when a man drove his truck down Canal Street, went around police units, and drove down a very busy and crowded Bourbon Street. This is where he struck and killed 10 people and injured some 35 others.
Yeah, the man that's suspected of doing this is 42-year-old Shamsa Din Jabbar. He's a United States citizen who is from the Houston area, and he was shot and killed by police after a shootout. We do know that 2 officers were shot in this incident, along with the dozens of others who were injured. Those 2 officers are at UMC. We're told by several local elected leaders who visited them in the hospital that they are recovering. They are speaking, resting, but they are expected, hopefully, to recover well. And in the vehicle that was driven by this suspect, the FBI and law enforcement found an ISIS flag along with a long gun and potential IEDs, explosive devices.
And that suspect was prepared for a battle, because when police did find him, when he was succumbed to his injuries in that the gun battle, he was wearing what seemed like to be military gear, as if he was prepared to have a fight off with police. So he was in military gear, though the picture that we did see of the suspect as he was on the ground, I didn't see that gear, but there's a potential that I'm told that it might have been ripped off during that battle. And now regarding the other suspects that we've confirmed that police are looking for, we don't know necessarily where they are, who they are. We just know that there are videos of people who are potentially putting IEDs throughout the French Quarter, which is frightening because of the amount of people that we have in the French Quarter right now, the amount of people who live there and who visit there every single day, just coming off of a holiday weekend, going straight into New Year's Eve. So it's prime for an attack. And unfortunately, that happened. We think about these things all the time. It's always in the back of our minds, but you don't think it'll happen to you in your own backyard.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's shocking and horrible no matter where it happens. We've talked about this. This just happened on December 20th in Germany. 5 people dead and more than 100 there injured in a very similar attack. And here we are in New Orleans dealing with something so terrible, and knowing that there are still suspects out there is really scary.
So, and then, the police were, for anybody who drove around, and from my conversations with my police sources, they were fully staffed, making sure every entryway, every place that a police officer could be placed, the blue lights were going. So they were all over the French Quarter, all over the downtown area with anticipation of anything possibly happening. But you do not anticipate something like this. We've heard of situations on Bourbon Street, on Canal Street, and many different areas where people have been struck by drunk drivers. And so that was the initial thing. Of course, you remember back in, this has to be like maybe 2015 or 2016, if my producers can correct me, in Nice, France, where there was a driver that struck multiple people and killed multiple people there. That was a lot of the inspiration that was taken to make those bollards and put some protections in place for our heavily pedestrian walkways. So now we see that this could possibly not be the answer to that. So what is our answer?
Yeah, that's true. Very true. And, we've also seen situations like this at parades that, have resulted in horrific tragedies. But like we have said, there's got to be a solution soon, because we have so many events, big events on our doorstep. And we know now that there has been a state of emergency.
The inauguration is going to be.
He's also sending in 100 military officers from the National Guard to help support in this effort. But he described this as twofold, because you've got to protect people right now, but you also have this investigation going on now in 2 neighborhoods to try to find these suspects that we now know are out there.
And I know that one of those neighborhoods is the St. Roch neighborhood. That's where we had our reporter Winston Reed a little bit earlier. And he was giving us an update on what neighbors were seeing in that community. Apparently, this is on Mandeville Street, if I'm not mistaken.
In Urquhart,
yes.
It's 45 minutes away from you,
there was a home that was either set on fire or firefighters were brought to that home. Apparently, it must have been on fire. But when they arrived, I think they believe that this Din Jabbar allegedly rented that as an Airbnb in the St. Roch neighborhood. And we don't know if that fire was intentional, but Firefighters were drawn to that area. I don't know if they were trying to destroy evidence of who was potentially in the home.
Yeah.
But based on our live shots in the video that we saw FBI officials and ATF officials, as well as NOPD and firefighters, investigating that scene, and they cordoned off that area. And we spoke to residents that live in the community who said they smelled the smoke, and they were alerted to what was going on. And this is, if you look at all of these situations are happening right around us. Bourbon Street is only a few blocks down, and to your right, maybe not even a 5-minute walk.
Yeah.
The St. Rock neighborhood is not far, so you're talking about a very busy part of the city where probably a lot of people after the New Year's holiday are waking up and trying to get back to homes, back to jobs, and take advantage of being back at work. But unfortunately, we're waking up to this situation and having to not get phone calls saying Happy New Year's, but having to tell people that they've lost family members.
Yeah. And like you said, that is such a busy area,
It's
the area between
terrible.
the French Quarter and between St. Rock. And with the amount of people who live there also come a lot of surveillance cameras.
Right.
There is going to be a great deal of video likely that is involved in this investigation, tracing that truck from where it was, if it was at any time in that neighborhood at that Airbnb in St. Rock, down to Canal Street, onto Bourbon Street. There is going to be a great deal of evidence because this is such a populated area.
I know. And so right now we're waiting on FBI officials really to give us an update on what's happening. The latest update Devin just gave to you a couple of minutes ago, and that is reporting that they've reviewed videos showing 3 men and a woman placing an improvised explosive device in connection with a car attack that killed 10 people in New Orleans. So that is the latest that we're getting from the FBI in regards to the things that are happening today. The Sugar Bowl, it's being delayed till tomorrow. Hopefully this game can be played, but it's being delayed until tomorrow. And I'm sure this is all based on contingent on whatever they find in the investigation.
Oh, surely. And if they believe that the Superdome and the surrounding area will be safe enough to host that many people, that's all going to play a factor here. I do want to note, because we probably have a lot of people watching us right now who are not from New Orleans. Maybe you're visiting, maybe you're from out of town and had a loved one here for the game this weekend. If you are seeking information about a loved one who you cannot get in touch with, there are resources available to you. NOLA Ready, which is ready.nola.gov, has information about where you can find a missing person or request resources if you have been displaced from your home or from your hotel. You can call 311 for assistance, but also UMC is having a reunification center. They were saying to meet at the, let me make sure that I'm accurate in this here. The reunification center for University Medical Center is on the 1st floor at the conference center, and that's right in the center of the hospital, right across from Patient Tower 2. So if you're looking for someone, that's the place to find them. You're seeing on your screen here, if you have any information that could aid in this search, now that we know that we're looking for multiple other suspects and we are piecing together a timeline of where this suspect that we know of has been, you can call the FBI. That number's on your screen. It's 504-816-3000. And again, if you're looking to connect with someone who was in this area or you cannot track down, you can call 311.
All right. And again, if you're just joining us right now, so far, and the superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick said this a little bit earlier, that there is a potential that there could be more casualties. Right now, she says we're not giving a final number. She says that number is 10, but we have 35 people that are in the hospital, some with some very critical injuries, and they are unaware if we don't necessarily know. We hope that they pull out, and we hope that everyone makes it out of the hospital okay and can move forward with their lives. But unfortunately, they said that some of the injuries were very critical. So she's not really ready to give a final number now. But Oliver Thomas joined us a little bit earlier, and we saw Oliver Thomas at that news conference today, and he gave us an update from the emergency room where he discussed that some of the officers, 2 of the officers who were injured by gunfire and the shootout with that suspect, they are in high spirits. They're speaking. They're doing well. Other officers were visiting the emergency rooms to make sure that they were doing well. In regards to the people who were visiting or the people who were inside of the emergency room or in the hospital, I'm being told, and this is why we heard this from Ann Kirkpatrick earlier this morning and from Oliver Thomas, that apparently there are a lot of locals who are in that area, and that is because where they are, where they were, where they're centered at the entryway to Bourbon Street. So he believes that that's possibly why there were a lot of locals there. But, you know, I can only imagine it was just, you know, maybe this was 3 hours after the clock struck midnight, 3 hours and 15 minutes after the clock struck midnight, and the potential for the amount of people that could have been there, even though it's been hours later, there were still a large number of people who were on Bourbon Street, and we could be talking far more casualties, unfortunately.
Yeah, and during that press conference, there was one reporter who asked Governor Jeff Landry how many of the victims were shot versus how many were actually hit by the truck, and he would not answer. He said, we'll get to that information when we get to it. And at this point, we do know we have identified 2 of the victims who have died, 2 of the 10, and we certainly hope that number does not climb. Those 2 victims, Tiger Besh, who was an athlete, and Nikira Dedo, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. She's an 18-year-old from Mississippi, and her family is already describing her as such a loving soul. And it's heartbreaking to think that here we are, not even 12 hours after this incident, and you're already hearing these stories about the victims. So you know, we will of course identify them as we can. They're waiting to identify anybody until, police-wise at least, until everyone has been notified, next of kin, and
18, y'all.
You know, no one finds out on the news.
18.
Yeah, we have Nikira Dito's picture on the screen, and from what we're told, she's only 18 years old, unfortunately, 18 years old, and she was visiting New Orleans for the New Year's Eve holiday, and we had some of our team speak with Nikira's family. She traveled to New Orleans again from Gulfport with a cousin to ring in the new year here, as so many people do all the time. She said that her mom says she just wants to see her baby, and she was the sweetest person. And to imagine just 18 years old and having to lose her life in such a way, it's very terrible.
And she was with her 18-year-old cousin and also their 18-year-old friend. I just cannot imagine the heartbreak for all of these families waking up on New Year's Day to find out that their loved ones did not get to see 2025. It's horrible, it's heartbreaking, and it's such a heavy feeling in the city today to know that we all woke up to hear all of this.
Yeah, a lot of people are again asking questions about the suspect here. Shamsud Dinjabar's information. That's the thing that we're getting out there. The most that we can tell you, he was a Houston, Texas resident. He was once in the military, and I don't know, did they say a little bit earlier if this person was honorably or dishonorably discharged?
I believe that they said that they're kind of looking more into his military background.
Yeah, they're trying to look a little bit more into his military background. But what we can tell you is an ISIS flag was found on that vehicle.
This is Lori. This is new. This is regarding New Orleans.
You will see
a live right now
flag flying in the back, and they confirmed that while that is an ISIS flag, they can't confirm his actual affiliation to ISIS, and they don't know necessarily if this was someone who was inspired to commit an act of terrorism, or if this is someone who is a member of ISIS. But they can confirm that they found that, and they ask a lot of questions about not only his involvement in this, but the involvement of other people that were placing these IEDs throughout the French Quarter.
I didn't hear about the Vegas one.
You know, this also probably widens the scope to look outside of the French Quarter and see, were they attempting to just attack the French Quarter, or are they looking at other parts of the city of New Orleans? I'm sure that all local and federal law enforcement officers are on high alert.
Certainly. I mean, we just had that confirmed from the Associated Press not even 15 minutes ago, that we now know that there are at least 4 total suspects, including the one who is confirmed dead, involved in this situation. And that's what the FBI is looking for. They would not elaborate on that. Obviously, during the press conference, someone did say, "Why are you so confident that this?"
Yeah, I'm turning it down a little bit. Go ahead.
Okay, let me try to turn YouTube off. I have it. Oh, my mic down. Okay, let me turn my mic down. Okay, Sylvia.
I'm here.
Okay. They're not really telling a lot, but they know it's a group. They ask, was it more than 10? They're not saying. They know it's more than 10. And they're in the city right now, going to different places. because they're saying if you see something, say something. And they're not giving out a lot because they're trying to catch whoever it is, the group, whoever it is. So, and this morning when everything first came out, the mayor said it was a T attack, right? I don't wanna, I mean, the news can say it was a T attack. The FBI said, no, it wasn't. The FBI had to come back and say, yes, it is a T attack. And, oh my God.
You could say what it is, terrorists.
Yes, a terrorist attack. And they had, a flag in the car, in his truck. And he had, explosives in the truck that did not go off.
You're breaking up.
He had explosives in a truck that didn't go off.
Wow, imagine if it went off.
And he got out and he pew pew at 2 policemen, but they took him down.
You saying pew pew? This is YouTube. You can say it.
Okay, then I'm just saying.
I know TikTok you can't say it, but YouTube you can say it.
Okay, he got out. He shot at 2 police. He did shoot 2 police, but they took him down. 4 New Orleans police took him down. They're bringing in the National Guards and everything, so they know what's going on. And somebody with the government say they know what's going on, and if they don't tell the people what's going on, they're going to tell what's going on because they're keeping a secret what is going on.
So who's the group that knows what's going on?
The United States.
No, who's saying that they know?
Oh, it's on the press conference. They had a press conference.
Okay.
They said they are going to tell the mayor know what's going on. The governor know what's going on. The White House know what's going on. And if they don't come out and say what's really going on in the United States, they are going to tell what's going on.
Wow.
Something just happened at the Trump Hotel with a car pulled up at the valet and just exploded.
Just now?
Yeah.
What? Hold on. Is that on the same station right now?
No, that's not. That's on somewhere else. At the Trump Hotel or whatever. A car exploded.
What are you watching right now? What? Because I
that was on another channel. He was reporting this too. Then he came back with that the car had exploded. I think it was on X.
Okay, hold on. Oh my God. Hold on. You guys are there? You there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Hold on a second. Let me
it was on X.
Hold on a second. I gotta present that one. Oh my God. Y'all see that?
Copy.
Y'all saw that?
That's me with the noise?
No, that's oh, it's the cyber truck.
Copy.
Did y'all see that?
All right, play it.
Look at that cyber truck. That cyber truck. They're using the cyber truck, which is what's the name's truck? Oh, it's a statement that they're making, y'all.
Copy.
Y'all just saw that?
All right, play it.
That it's a message. It's a message. You're right.
Copy. All right, play it.
So The guy, he couldn't even get deported because he was a citizen of the United States and he was in the military, and he got discharged, dishonorable discharge, and they're showing his face on the thing. His face is out there, who did it and everything.
Wow, this is crazy. Hold on a second. What
So,
is the message?
yeah.
Okay, what's this lady's saying?
Responding in all sorts of ways.
So I'm gonna jump down.
This from happening.
Yes. Right now, we've heard, as you mentioned, from pretty much every elected leader in our state. We're going to head now to, we heard from Royce Duplessis earlier, and we're going to hear a little bit from him.
Yeah, Mike and Brandon, we continue to get more lawmakers coming to UMC to see how these victims are doing. Right now, I'm joined by State Senator Royce Duplessis. And Senator Duplessis, this is not part of your district, but obviously it hits close to home.
Who's YouTube down?
How are you feeling this morning, and what have you been briefed on so far?
Well, no new information at this time, other than the fact that we know that there may have been more than one individual beyond that person who was taken down in the front, the one who caused this act. There may have been others involved. That hasn't been confirmed, but we do believe that to be the case based on the information we've received. But my reason for being here today is to really express my heartfelt condolences for the victims, those who we know who have perished, innocent lives lost during a time of celebration, a time of the new year, new life, and those who are here at UMC recovering. I'm grateful to law enforcement for their swift response. I'm grateful to the healthcare professionals here at UMC who are doing their job and their best to try to bring healing during this awful time. And as we continue to assess what may have gone wrong, what we know is that there was an individual who had his mind made up that he was going to cause harm and bring tragedy to a time of what should have been great celebration. And my message to all New Orleanians and everyone across the world who has us on their mind and on their heart is for us to come together and for us to lean on one another during this time as we go forward, which we know will be a moment where New Orleans will continue to be in the spotlight. Sugar Bowl tonight. We have the Super Bowl in a few weeks. We have Mardi Gras. So this is our time to come together, to stand together, and to obviously condemn this horrible act of terror. But now we have to think about the victims and express our love and support for one another.
Definitely. And we've heard from local lawmakers saying that they're looking at ways to improve safety in the Bourbon Street and downtown New Orleans area. On a state level, is there any chatter of what you all are looking to do or change?
Well, we had already taken many steps, as you know, over the past several months. A lot of resources had already been put into making the French Quarter safer to try to prevent incidents like this. So as law enforcement assesses what went wrong in terms of barricades and bollards that try to restrict vehicles from doing this very thing, law enforcement is going to make that assessment and then make future recommendations. Look, we know this is not the first time we've seen something like this happen. Anytime you have a large crowd congregating, it presents an opportunity for vehicles to harm innocent pedestrians, and that's what happened in this instance. So all of the assessments are being done by law enforcement right now, and anything that we can do at the state level, I'm going to work with my colleagues. I'm going to work with the governor. I'm going to work with local law enforcement to put whatever resources are necessary to ensure that nothing like this ever happens again.
Your day, I'm sure, completely disrupted like so many right now. What do you do today as a state senator for us here in New Orleans?
Yeah, well, there are obviously going to be more briefings. I'm going to be talking with local law enforcement, state law enforcement, federal law enforcement, everybody who's coordinating to get as much information as I can. I get calls from constituents, I get calls from the media, and I just want to make sure that we're communicating all accurate information and then just trying to look forward through what we have to do, which is to show up, and we have to be there for one another. So I just plan to make myself available for my constituents and for this city.
Well, we thank you for being with us here this morning at UMC, and we'll continue to bring you all updates from the hospital here. Not many things happening. Of course, earlier this morning was when the big rush of 26 people brought to UMC, of those 35 who were injured. And as you heard Councilman Oliver Thomas say earlier, he visited with those victims, was upstairs in the emergency room praying with the families, and he did deliver some good news that most of them are doing well. He said that the 2 officers who were shot were in stable condition, that they were up talking, and that Chief Kirkpatrick had been here to visit those officers as well. So that's the update that we have here from UMC at this hour. Reporting live from UMC, Lily Cummings, WWL, Louisiana.
All right. Oh, there's just so much changing, I feel like, in the last few hours. Now might be a good time to kind of reset if you're just joining us here. We are talking about here a horrific terror attack is what law enforcement is calling it in the city of New Orleans. This happened around 3:15. We had a suspect from Houston, Texas go around a police car on Bourbon Street and plow into a huge crowd of people. At least 10 people are dead and 35 are injured. We know that the suspect is Shamsuddin Jabbar. He's 42 years old. And we know that in his car, law enforcement found an ISIS flag and also some potential IEDs. And we also now know at this hour that there are 3 other suspects that the FBI is looking for. Those suspects were caught on surveillance video, 2 men and a woman stashing IEDs, potential IEDs elsewhere in the French Quarter. And the FBI says they are aggressively chasing down every possible lead to find these people and make sure that New Orleans is safe.
I know that right now we do know that they set off, or really they kind of took care of 2 of those, and those other potential ones they did find and detonate them just in case. Sure. We don't necessarily know if they were viable or not, but they took care of them. But then there's a question of where else they could be. You have those other people that participated in this. We don't know. The things that worry us a little bit right now is that we don't know necessarily when this person got here, when these people got here. Are we talking about him interacting with people who are local? And what is his connection to ISIS? While he may have had the ISIS flag in the back of his truck, we still don't know the affiliation that he has to this terrorist organization. And for the other 3 people, what is their affiliation to this man? Are they just supporters or people who are just in the area who wanted to help out in this situation? So again, you're looking right now, I don't know if this video was from a little bit earlier, but this was on Mandeville Street. So this is another thing that ties into this investigation. Apparently, there was a fire that happened, and our investigator confirmed for us that this happened after the attack at 5:15 a.m. And police firefighters responded to this area, and they were led to believe that this is an Airbnb that was rented to the suspect who was killed by police, and may possibly it's still being marked off. And community members have told us that it's been a busy scene all morning long. It's still being marked off. But when I last looked, I saw FBI agents, ATF agents, as well as our local New Orleans Police Department. And as you can see, SWAT agents there too. And we have a reporter who is on the scene there we're going to connect with in just a minute to kind of see what they are seeing on the ground. But again, we've got 2 major scenes here. This one's still blocked off in the St. Roch neighborhood, but also law enforcement has really been combing through the French Quarter. And I can only assume that surveillance video is part of the reason that they were brought to some of these areas, if they have caught suspects on surveillance video. We know that law enforcement swept the St. Roch Market, French Market, the Colonnade Shops, and Café du Monde, which are also really big tourist areas that would normally be absolutely packed on a day like today with such a big event in town. We know that some of those properties were searched after suspicion, some of them as a precaution. So we don't see all the cards yet here from the investigation, understandably, but it really does seem like they have known for a while now that there are some other suspects out there, and that they are working to find those people and where they may have hidden any kind of device. Well, we've heard from the NFL, we've heard from the Sugar Bowl, the college football playoffs, we've heard from local and state officials and federal officials about a
so you think they're going to postpone the NFL, y'all?
Try to stop attacks like this from happening. We have major events that happen in this community all the time. The NFL bringing another major event here. with the Super Bowl, and they say they have met with local officials and with the Super Bowl host committee to discuss what that security plan is. Now, the question here after this happened, is another security plan going to be put in place? Because people, while we talk about the bollards, as we've heard, as we've seen Anchor Patrick mention, our superintendent, that he went around the bollards. He was able to get around and still get to
Happy
people.
New
We
Year,
talk about
everybody.
police blockages, but he was able to drive around that police unit and get to people anyway. So now another plan is intensely in place, and city officials have told us, and those who come into the studio to interview with us have told us that they have sat down and they're having meetings already as early as this morning to discuss what needs to happen tonight, right now, because we can't think about what can happen just for the Super Bowl, but we have a number of things happening right now, and people who live here in everyday life who want to be protected.
Sure.
Because we see the French Quarter as a very big tourist attraction, but you have to remember this is a neighborhood. People do live there every single day. So the thought of having IEDs that could potentially impact people who are inside of their homes, sleeping and resting, that could have potentially went off, is frightening.
Certainly, and you want to make sure that you've got all of them. I'm sure the FBI has a major investigation going on right now, and they want to make sure that they have all of these devices. And
y'all see that?
we talked about how densely populated this part of town is, from the French Quarter all the way to the
Oh,
St. Roch area,
Jesus!
and there's likely a lot of video there are cameras everywhere, from crime cameras to surveillance cameras to the phones in people's pockets. We have cameras all over the place. And so I would hope that all of that video is helping aid in this investigation.
Yeah, our chief investigator, David Hammer, just let us know that that exact dispatch time was 5:18. So you have that attack that happens at 3:15 a.m. 5:18 a.m., a fire is called in, and NOFD extinguishes that fire. And that's when they call for the bomb squad. Whatever they found within that fire that they extinguished warranted a call from the bomb squad, and they've been there ever since. We've had reporters live out there on that scene, attempting to figure out exactly what they found in there, or if anything needs to be detonated. But if we have any sense of something possibly happening, we do see that there were three other people, or we have seen rather that there were three other people that are working together, and it corroborates the FBI's investigation, believing that other people are involved.
And you're wondering about the timeline as well. So if that suspect was clearly not in that home at 5:15, what happened to set that fire, to start that fire, if that indeed was where he was staying? Do we have our reporter ready to go?
I think we had somebody, Jennifer Bellamy was going to join us in just a second. They're trying to figure some things out, but until they can, and if you all, please, if you want to continue to watch our coverage, we're on WWL Plus, WWLTV.com, and all of our social media channels, because I know that there's a lot of changing, moving parts where you may have some old information. We want to keep you fully updated on what we know, and we're learning more about our suspect. If we can put that information on the screen, and I don't know if my producer is trying to talk to me, but can we put that information about our suspect on the screen, a suspect who came from Texas, 42-year-old Shamsud Denjabar, and he came from Texas, drove out of Houston to New Orleans so that he could commit this act of terror. And we've heard responses from everyone across the country, police departments, the New Orleans Saints.
Oh, you know what? CMTU is silly.
As well as the NFL.
He said it might be at McDonald's. Lord.
Officials, and everyone else rather who has any connection to what's happening here. So, I mean, we are hearing from people about what can potentially happen in this investigation. Right now, things are up in the air. The FBI is attempting to really kind of crack this case. And based on the amount of information that we've gotten from them so far, I'd say they have some pretty strong leads. The New Orleans police, though, and for New Orleans city officials, it's not just about protection right now, it's protection in the future, because we have way too many events to offer ourselves up this way.
And with this suspect, there has been no question from the beginning about intention, but we're still kind of waiting to hear about the motive. They've been saying since the very beginning that this was not an accident at all. This person rented this truck and drove here from Texas, they say, with the intention to do this. And we saw in the video of that truck turning right from Canal Street onto Bourbon and just gunning it and go right into the crowd there. So the intention was there, the thought and premeditation, I would say, is there. But what we don't know of is exactly why this happened. Why the connection, why New Orleans? What is the connection to this city? Like you said, were the people who helped carry this out? Are they from New Orleans? Are they from somewhere else? All questions that we're hoping to answer in the coming days.
All right, so we have Jennifer Bellamy, who is from Atlanta, joining us right now. Jennifer, you were here to cover the Sugar Bowl, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right?
That's absolutely correct. But certainly this is a situation that is impacting so many people beyond just the Sugar Bowl. We're right here on Mayville and Mandeville Street, and this is where we have observed a large police presence. This has been going on for several hours, at least since the 5 o'clock hour, when we understand there may have been a fire. I'm going to step out so you can get a look at what we have been seeing and watching for you all day. Not a lot of information here about what's going on. We were told by New Orleans police that they are on the scene, as well as New Orleans Fire. They also tell us that the ATF and the FBI are here on the scene as well. We're told that any additional information would be coming from the FBI. We were told to wait for that news conference that came around 1 o'clock, but they did not have any additional information to give about what they are doing here at this hour. We've spoken with several neighbors who live in about this 2-block radius in both directions, saying that they had to be evacuated from their homes. Some telling me that took place around 8 o'clock this morning. Many leaving with their pets and the clothes that they had on at that time. There is a church that's been nearby that has opened its doors to try to give some comfort and help people get out of the cooler temperatures out here. But again, not a lot of information. Neighbors, though, tell me that they suspect there is an Airbnb on Mandeville here that is the center of the investigation that law enforcement has been focusing on. Again, they said it was an Airbnb. They said it's been somewhat an issue in the past because of the coming and going in what's normally a quiet neighborhood. Many of them telling me that they are heartbroken that their community here has potentially been linked to the Bourbon Street attack. Guys?
Jennifer Bellamy from our sister station in Atlanta, thank you so much for your reporting on the ground there. Certainly, it has been a long time. If they've been evacuated since 8 a.m., a 2-block radius, she said, around from that Airbnb. People left with the clothes on their backs and their pets and are just trying to wait it out and see what happens here.
And I just saw the pictures there. Those are from neighbors that are in the area that took pictures from their homes looking down as they investigated this incident. The Department of Homeland Security, and this is something that came up maybe 2 days before Christmas, likely due to the fact that there was a car that drove through people during the German Christmas market. They heightened the risk of a similar casualty, mass casualty happening. They actually issued this, and they said lone offenders are most likely to target publicly accessible places with perceived lower levels of security. That includes parades, markets, outdoor markets, houses of worship, and other large gatherings or holiday events during the winter holidays. That is based on past incidents and identification of these types of targets and its message to supporters. When you think about all of the things, when you think about all of the things that come to play in the city of New Orleans, we had the Sunday, if I'm not mistaken, the Sugar Bowl parade. We had a Christmas Day parade. We had people that are visiting for the New Year's Eve celebrations that happen around Jackson Square, people who ring in the holiday on Bourbon Street. We have visitors that come from all over the country so that they can attend the football game for the Sugar Bowl. And then you have people that come who are just fans of New Orleans and who are just fans of Mardi Gras. As we kick off Mardi Gras on Monday, the start of 12th night. So everything that DHS issued a warning about.
We check every box.
Every single box. We check all of those boxes with the exception of a house of worship. But everything that we've done has been outdoors, and it creates something. It creates something for them to attack. So with that in mind, you have a lot of people. With that in mind, you have a lot of people who are concerned in the future as we have all of these events, and as more people, hopefully, as people we don't want people to get inspired or any copycats to happen. No, that's what we don't want.
Absolutely not. And we're continuing to learn things about the victims in this incident as well as the day goes on. Our Whitney Miller is with us now. You have been taking a look at just some of the people who were hurt by this horrible incident today.
Right. You know, the names are slowly coming.
Okay, y'all. I'm gonna end this now. now we
10 people have been confirmed to have been killed and upwards of 30 people injured.
Look at this. Look how the car turns
That's
around.
what
Look,
NLPD
look,
is
look,
comfortable
look.
with at this
Move.
point
Run straight into the
confirming
people.
those who have passed away. But we've been able to identify just a few of them so far. The first death that we have confirmed was 18-year-old Nakira Cheyenne Dido. She was from Gulfport, Mississippi. I know you've been talking about her a little bit. She was a recent graduate of Harrison Central High School. Her mother told our partners at NOLA.com that she was sweet and loving. She said the teen was visiting New Orleans with her cousin and a friend. I was scouring, Facebook, trying to find out more information about her and just to see all the love and support that's coming into her family. On that Facebook post, her mom posted and said, that her daughter was involved in this. And so it's really tragic to see that. They are heartbreaking for sure. The next thing that we learned about was a UGA student who was critically injured and is receiving medical attention. Now that student is unidentified at this time, but that information came from the university's president, who made this tweet here, or on X. He made this post on X. That student has not been identified. In the statement, though, the university's president said he was in touch with the student's family and has shared his concerns and well wishes. And it was a lengthy statement that he posted there. The next person that we have learned about who has passed away is 37-year-old father of two, Reggie Hunter, from Baton Rouge. A cousin of his told our partners that he decided on a whim to go to Bourbon Street. He and another cousin were hit by that vehicle. Hunter died. His cousin is in the hospital with extensive injuries. So one of the 30 plus that are being treated right now. And then the third fatality that we know about is 27-year-old Tiger Besh. I think y'all might have talked about him a little bit. A Lafayette native and former St. Thomas More football player. Besh died at the hospital from his injuries later on this morning, and his athletic directors who confirmed his death to our partners. And she says that he was in New Orleans for the holidays, and Besh played wide receiver, quarterback, punt returner, and defensive back at STM. He went on to play football at Princeton, and he graduated in 2021 and was working as a trader at a New York brokerage firm. So obviously, families learning about this. And the reason why we don't know everyone's name right now is because their families have to learn about this, and they don't want to learn about it on the news. So they have to be notified before that information goes out.
It's unfortunate. Have you heard from, I know that there are a lot of people that are in town. Are we hearing from any fans or people who may have seen this all play out?
So there was somebody who sent us a message. They were trying to find their niece earlier today, and they were concerned. They were trying to call 311 and couldn't really get through. They did luckily find her, but she's on lockdown in a hotel. So I'm trying to get in touch with her just to see how she's doing. He said that she might be taking a nap right now because it's just very, obviously this is a lot.
Heavy.
It's heavy for the all that are involved. I mean, not only just to see it, to know that even if you weren't touched by the vehicle or even that close, if you were there maybe a few minutes before, that feeling of, I was just in that spot.
Yeah. That video that we saw, it's hard to watch them. And I know that many of us have been on that corner of Bourbon Street before, even if you're just walking by.
At this point, it feels like ballers are not. I mean, that right there, turning onto the sidewalk, you couldn't even, how could you get out of the way? How could you
could have never
you could have never seen it coming.
No.
Yes.
What a tragedy.
Yes.
Yeah, I cannot imagine waking up on New Year's Day and hearing this news about your loved one. So thank you so much, Whitney.
Yeah, I'll keep doing some digging. This is it's sad digging for sure.
It is.
But a lot of people want you to know who their loved one was.
All right.
They're not just a name.
And what's the name if people are looking for someone, their loved one? How can they find?
You can call 311, and I think you press 3 when you get on 311.
Okay.
All right.
Good to know.
All
Thank
right,
you so much,
Thank
Whitney.
you. Alyssa Curtis, I think, is joining us now. Sure. She was inside of that press conference where they talked a little bit more about what the FBI found, what local officials are doing, what state officials are doing, giving us a live look. Alyssa, what do you have?
Hey guys, we are now on Canal Street, just right in front of Bourbon, at the scene of where this all started. I'm going to take a step out of the way so you can see what is going on right now. Police have a really large area blocked off by crime scene tape. Again, as we've been saying all morning and now afternoon, there's every single type of law enforcement out here and working on this. LSP, Jefferson Parish has a truck out here. NOPD, of course, we know FBI is the lead investigators on this incident right now. A big question so many people have had today waking up once they heard this information was, weren't there bollards? Aren't there barricades in the situation? Well, those barricades, those bollards were down. We now know from the press conference that we had a little while ago that they were not working, and they are part of the infrastructure package and plan that the city has been working on in preparation for the Super Bowl. So Mayor Cantrell said that they've been working to get these repaired and fixed and working better than they were working, and that's why they were not up at the time. Those are there in order to prevent situations like this. We know Bourbon Street is a heavy pedestrian area. So police always, not just on big events, but normally on normal weekends, don't want to have people driving through the street. So where those bollards would have been, they say that they had barricades and they had an NOPD truck out there, an SUV unit parked out there, but that did not matter. They say this person, the suspect, was so intent, so hell-bent on causing this carnage that he drove up and around the sidewalk to do this and commit this act. And police say, the governor says that he was just so intent on doing this that he could have come up and gone on the sidewalks on Canal. He could have done the same thing on any other street. So they're saying, yes, while there was a barricade, that he was going to do this no matter what. Again, they are working to get those fixed for and in time for the Super Bowl. Governor Landry said that he was planning to enact an emergency declaration tomorrow in preparation for the Super Bowl and all the events that we have coming up. He said, scratch that, we're enacting it right now. We are having this emergency declaration right now. That way, all of these resources that we need can be deployed to this situation right now. Again, you saw, I think we've seen all throughout the day, but especially during that press conference, just the unified response. Guys, when I tell you that room, there was barely any air in that room because of how many people, not only on our side, on the press side, wanting to learn more information and wanting to get to the bottom of this, but on the other side of the podium as well. We had every single council member out there. We had NOPD, we had FBI, we had JPSO Sheriff Joe Lopinto out there. It was completely packed. And I think that shows visually just how many resources they're putting into this. Obviously, we know the FBI, and this is a federal investigation at this point, but beyond that, not only into this incident, but keeping the city safe. We also know the Sugar Bowl has been postponed 24 hours, and they're really focusing on making sure people are safe and feel safe enough to be there. I asked about Bourbon Street. Obviously, people are going to want to celebrate after the bowl game tomorrow. They say that obviously right now it continues to be an active crime scene. So Bourbon is closed, but when they want to reopen, they're going to again have a strong police presence. This is such a fast moving incident. We are getting information in so quick. Things are really changing and can change at the drop of a hat. Another thing I want to mention, obviously the main suspect has been killed. NOPD officers killed him once he started shooting at them. But FBI says that there are other suspects that they are confident that are involved in this incident. So they're working again to find that. They couldn't really give us much information beyond what we've been saying, for the past hour or so, because it's a federal investigation. They say they really don't want to jeopardize the investigation. So we asked, why are they so confident that there are other suspects? Who may these other suspects be? They could not give any information, but they say if you have been in contact with the suspect in the past 72 hours, please give them a call. Please give them any information you may have. if you were out here and you saw anything, it's New Year's Eve. They know a lot of people, or it was New Year's Eve, New Year's Day. They know a lot of people had their phones out taking pictures. If you have anything, they're asking to please send that their way so they can get to the bottom of this. Again, everyone is very focused on getting information, getting answers to this. We spoke with Attorney General Liz Murrow. She says, obviously, with the federal investigation, anyone involved will likely be facing federal charges of terrorism, but there's also a chance that they'll be facing state charges here under a state terrorism laws. So this isn't just going to be wrapping up anytime soon once they're finished with this investigation. That alone is going to take a really long time, but moving forward in charges and anything that comes after, this is going to be a long situation, and it's going to take a lot of people a lot of days to get to the bottom of this and to bring everyone to justice. They did not give us an updated number in terms of victims. We are still at the 10 confirmed dead and about 30, or I believe 35 injured. We asked if there was an updated number. Some people were saying there might be more, but they could not confirm that at this time. Again, I think the overall message here was this was an evil act, and I think Chief Kirkpatrick said it in such a great way. She says, this is evil. We can run in fear or we can stand in strength. She says that's exactly what they're doing. They're standing in strength and making sure that everyone in this city right now feels safe. We're going to be out here for quite a while. There's a lot of people out here kind of business as usual, as weird as that sounds. You know, obviously we have this part of the French Quarter completely blocked off. On the other side of the crime scene tape, you have tourists just walking around, enjoying their day, because again, we know the Sugar Bowl is supposed to be happening today. So still a lot of people out here on the other side of the barricade. We'll be out here for quite some time and continue to gather as much information as we can. But for now, I'll send it back to you guys.
Alyssa, thank you so much. We're hearing more about victims as time goes by. Obviously, if these victims are still in the hospital, 30 plus people that are still in the hospital, and unfortunately, those 10 people that have passed away, and they say that they don't know if that number will rise. And Kirkpatrick was very adamant, or that she didn't know necessarily what was going to happen at this point, because some of the injuries were critical that were in that area. But as we move on throughout the day, there are a lot of questions and a lot of fears that need to be answered right now.
Sure. We do know the names of 3 of those victims who unfortunately died in this incident. One is Tiger Besh, a 27-year-old from Lafayette, Nikira Dido, who's an 18-year-old from Gulfport, Mississippi, and Reggie Hunter, who is a 37-year-old father of 2 from Baton Rouge. And those are just the 3 names. There are at least 7 that we do not know of now because they're working on contacting their next of kin. But of course, dozens of people here have been injured. Many of those people are at UMC recovering and receiving treatment right now.
Yeah, Lily Cummings is joining us now live with that part of the story, giving us an update. And Lily, you've been out there all morning long, spoke with some officials from the state and local level. Can you tell us where we stand right now?
Yeah, Sharice and Devin, we have been here at UMC since about 5 this morning now. Things have definitely calmed down outside. Earlier this morning, we saw a lot of law enforcement agencies from JPSO to state police, as well as NOPD, coming and going from the hospital, and several ambulances early this morning. But now things have calmed down, and I'm sure if we were inside the hospital, it would be a different scene, though. As you all know, UMC is a level 1 trauma center. This is where you want to be brought, because these are the best of the best that have seen the worst of the worst. These doctors and nurses are very skilled in dealing with gunshot wounds and trauma care. So we know that from this morning's press conference, there were 26 individuals brought here to UMC, 4 to Truro, 4 to Ochsner Baptist, and 1 to Tulane. As Alyssa just mentioned, we asked if there were any updates to this morning's numbers, and they weren't sure at the time. So as it stands right now, 10 killed, 35 injured. Now, we did speak, as you mentioned, Sharice, to
they don't want to
Oliver
mention
Thomas,
exactly the numbers
well
yet because they're still counting.
State Senator Royce
That's why they only still
also
say
out here.
10.
They were all coming to visit the victims here at UMC to see how they were doing. That included 2 New Orleans police officers who were involved.
They don't want to give all the numbers
neutralizing that suspect. As Councilmember Thomas told us,
they mentioned earlier.
He said that he believed there were between 3 and 4 NOPD officers who were firing at the suspect at that that vehicle to stop as he barreled down Bourbon Street. And he says that at least 2 of them were struck by fire from the suspect. So they were brought here to UMC. Chief Ann Kirkpatrick came and visited them right after that morning press conference wrapped up, and she says that they are in good spirits. Councilmember Thomas says that they confirmed that they were in good spirits. In fact, he was familiar with some of the victims here. He said when he went upstairs to the emergency room, he was familiar with some of the families there because, as we all know, New Orleans is a small town and we all know each other. We all look out for each other. And I'm sure you'll see that even more prevalent in the days and weeks to come following this tragedy. But the update from UMC tonight, 35 people injured. And of course, Chief Kirkpatrick didn't give an update about this at the 1 p.m. press conference, but she did say this morning that there could possibly be more injuries, more people brought to local area hospitals that they were just simply unaware of. Maybe they got there by their own means and weren't transported via ambulance to one of our hospitals. So we're still learning. And of course, there's going to be more information that comes in the hours and days to follow. But right now, 35 injured, 26 of them brought here to University Medical Center. And I do want to mention one update that we received this afternoon. Families of victims arriving at UMC are asked to go to the UMC's conference center that is located on the first floor across from Tower 2, which they say is the midpoint of the hospital. They set up a reunification area for those families. So if you are, hopefully at this hour, families have been reunited, but if you are looking for information on a loved one, just know that they have set up that reunification center again in the conference center here at UMC. You're also asked to call 311 if you are looking for any information on loved ones. The city has kind of set that up as a line that you can call to get information to see if you're looking for any victims that may have been hurt in this senseless tragedy. Guys, that's the update we have now from UMC. I'll send it back to you all in the studio.
Lily, thank you so much for all of that. We know that this is going to be changing quickly. Of course, we always hope that the death toll does not rise, but there are some very serious injuries. We do know that among the injured, we have a UGA student who has not been identified, but we know that they have very serious injuries. We also know that one of the injured is the cousin of one of the men who was killed in this incident, the cousin of Reggie Hunter, who's from Baton Rouge. So we know that in the coming hours, we're going to learn more about who these people are and where they're from.
And the latest in this investigation is the fact that this person did not act alone. Apparently, the investigators are reviewing video that show 3 men and a woman. They may have been involved in placing those IEDs, those explosive devices, throughout the French Quarter, ones that were located in different areas. I think one was over at the Jack's Brewery, and there was another one that was
what's
located
another
in a
station
different
now
area
when we
of the
look
French
at
Quarter.
them?
I'm not quite sure because there have been
New
so
Orleans
many
says
areas of the French Quarter that have been
overseas
swept,
news
and
everything.
we know that they're combing through surveillance video, which is how they found that there were these alleged
We'll see what
accomplices
else.
involved, was because these 4 people, now 3 that are on the run, were spotted on surveillance video placing these devices in different places in the French Quarter.
We do know that this is an act of terrorism that has happened right here in our beloved city of New Orleans, and during a time where people were celebrating, welcoming the new year, when people were celebrating and beginning, hopefully we're starting to begin the Sugar Bowl that unfortunately has been postponed until tomorrow. And of course, pending the investigation, we really don't know how this is moving forward. This puts a lot of things in jeopardy, and it's all in regards to safety. It is making sure that people are safe and making sure those who are responsible and anyone else who is connected to this is caught. So if they move anything or if they postpone anything, we understand the frustration that people may have, but right now it's about safety, and right now it's about finding and holding those accountable.
And we know that right now the eyes of the world are on New Orleans, and not typically around this time of year, it's for all of the fun, amazing, joyful things that happen in this city. People come to New Orleans because it is a wonderful place to visit, and this city is so used to hosting huge crowds and keeping them safe. And this is such a devastating blow to not only to the culture of New Orleans, to the people of New Orleans, and to the families of these victims. it just feels like such a heavy day here.
Yes, it is a really heavy day, and it's heavy in our hearts because this is home for us,
Mhm.
and we know people, and we've reached out to people as we give you information. We started to call people in our own families, in our own circles, and
Oh, yeah.
friends who work in the French Quarter and who live in that area, just to make sure that they were okay and they weren't in the line of fire or in the line of where this truck was going.
Mhm.
We've gotten condolences from President Joe Biden a little bit earlier, and the president did issue a statement. And I don't know if they have a live shot of the White House right now, but the president did issue a statement a little bit earlier, offering his condolences and telling us that he's been in contact with the FBI and local officials, including Mayor Cantrell and with Governor Jeff Landry, to offer any assistance that they may need. Unfortunately, it's the way that this setting the tone for the country on January 1st is not exactly what we hoped it would be.
No.
And unfortunately, it's connected to our community right in our own backyard at Channel 4.
Yeah, the president said, quote, "My heart goes out to the victims and their families who were simply trying to celebrate the holiday. There's no justification for violence of any kind, and we will not tolerate any attack on any of our nation's communities."
All right. So again, hearing from the president, Governor Jeff Landry, he ordered for 100 military police, and that is through the Louisiana National Guard, to assist, because as you've done and you've covered in your breakdowns many times, we are still very short on police officers, not near that goal where Ann Kirkpatrick wanted us to be in regards to recruitment. So we need all of the assistance that we can get. And of course, with all the events coming up, I'm sure that there's going to be some changes with how police is manned. We already have the Louisiana State Troopers that have Troop NOLA that are patrolling across the city of New Orleans. So now we're probably going to see additional forces.
Certainly, and because you not only have Governor Jeff Landry put it this way. He said this is a twofold situation. On one hand, you have this big investigation that's currently going on in 2 different neighborhoods, at least, of the city. And on the other hand, you've got to keep all these people safe because the main event that a lot of people were here for still has not even happened yet.
Right.
You have tens of thousands of people in the city of New Orleans who are not from here. They don't have homes here or families here, or really a lot of them probably don't have an easy way to get out of town if they want to leave because they've got flights. So now you're tasked with keeping all of these people safe and preparing for all of these events that are coming very shortly.
All right, so we have new coverage is coming in. We're going to be continuing to cover this. We're joined now by Maria Martin, who is joining us from our Atlanta sister station as we break down this horrific, tragic event that happened on Bourbon Street earlier today. Maria, what can you tell us?
Hey, Sharice and Devin. First of all, I want to say that I'm thinking about everyone at your station and everyone in the city of New Orleans. This senseless tragedy obviously affects a lot of people, and you mentioned a lot of people coming in town for the Sugar Bowl at the Superdome, and a football game obviously pales in comparison when we're talking about what happened this morning, the senseless tragedy, as you guys are going through the details and will be in the coming days as well. I'm actually on Canal Street, and to my left is where Georgia is staying, the entire football team and their staff. It is their team hotel for this trip, the college football playoff quarterfinal, and they are to remain in place for the rest of the day. It is their effort to keep everyone in that building safe. This is just for the football players and the staff. They've decided to keep everybody inside so that they can stay accounted for and make sure everyone is good to go. They were also waiting bright and early this morning to figure out what they were going to do about the Sugar Bowl. And that conversation is actually still ongoing. We heard from officials that they are postponing the game 24 hours from when it was originally scheduled at 7:45 tonight to 7:45 tomorrow. However, I've been told that Georgia and Notre Dame both have complained about the time. They want it to be moved up a little bit, but that request has not been met yet. Those conversations are ongoing. So right now it is scheduled for 7:45 tomorrow. However, the team is hoping that it can be moved up a little bit earlier. And you talk about rescheduling your plans for New Year's Day. In my hotel, in the lobby, there are a ton of fans, both from Georgia and Notre Dame, just trying to get an extra night at the hotel. The line when I went downstairs, when this was figured out that the Sugar Bowl would be postponed, a full 24 hours was literally wrapped around the lobby. I was overhearing conversations from people saying that they were just trying to get one more night, perhaps 2. I even was speaking to people in passing in the elevator this morning, they said they're just going to get out of town. They're going to forget the game. It is a very heavy day, a very heavy environment when you walk around, and the players are all safe in that hotel. I was talking to Georgia's SID this morning, making sure that all the players were accounted for. You heard from President Moorhead, which is the president of the University of Georgia, that one of their students is one of the victims that is critically injured. I heard you guys talking about that earlier as well. So they are navigating that situation. There's a lot of moving pieces to this. One, of course, is the game and whether or not it's going to be played at their initial announcement time of 7:45 tomorrow, or if it's going to be moved up a little bit earlier. But as we continue to navigate this, I will also keep everyone posted in Atlanta. And my thoughts are with you guys here in New Orleans. Sharice and Devin, back to you.
Maria, I have a quick question for you. You say that you've been in touch with the teams. You know that they're inside of the hotel so that they can remain safe. Are you in contact with any of the players? What's the general feeling, or what are they saying right now? Oh, it looks like Maria. Do you hear me here? You might not be able to hear us. So we were trying to figure out if you guys didn't know, this is Maria Martin. She's from our sister station at WXIA in Atlanta. She is a sports anchor and reporter, so she has valuable knowledge when it comes to what these teams and these players are doing. You did mention, you did hear from her that all of the players are being kept inside of the hotel room, obviously to maintain their safety. The players have all been accounted for on both sides, on both accounts. And that's the thing that we're worried about. And you were talking about this earlier, if these players were potentially, which I don't necessarily know the protocols for sports for football players when they're in town for a game day, do they get an opportunity to go out? I'm assuming at 3:15 in the morning that these
everybody
players
was
were
out
not
in bed.
Yeah, everybody was in bed and they were accounted for.
Yeah, I would hope so. At 3:15 before game day, you would certainly hope so. But it is definitely good news that they are all safe, all accounted for, because the hotel where they are staying, I'm looking at the map here, is just like 2.5 blocks away from where this horrible thing unfolded. So she said that they're in the hotel today, safe and sound. Everyone is accounted for, and they're good.
We also just heard her say that she spoke to and she's listening to some of the chatter that you hear inside of the hotel rooms for all the visitors, and some people are asking to leave the city. Here's the thing: you can expect people to want to celebrate. It's a little difficult after such a heavy event for people to want to celebrate and want to continue to attend a football game, which is completely understandable if they don't know necessarily where we stand, and capturing the other people that were involved or potentially involved in this. Also, if we don't know where we stand with security and safety and knowing what the updated plan is, and I'm sure as the time unfolds that we're going to know exactly what that plan is. And some people just feel it's a heavy moment. It's a moment where you were maybe inches away from a terrorist attack, and sometimes this is something that is nowhere near us.
Yeah, and you just want to be out of the city.
Yes, absolutely.
And not to mention, a lot of things are not open right now. Obviously, Bourbon Street is still closed down as the FBI continues to investigate. So a lot of the celebratory nature of this weekend is over.
Yes. And so, right now it's a lot of people who are just frustrated and, quite frankly, who are scared. And a lot of us here included, because our stations are in the French Quarter. And so we're near where all of this would have happened. So I just want to give you guys an update if you're just joining us. For anyone who is just joining us, we are unfortunately following a terrorist attack that happened on Bourbon Street, which is a sentence I never thought that I would say here in New Orleans, a terrorist attack that happened on Bourbon Street.
Girl, cover your mouth all the way. Not just
being driven by
sing, cover her mouth all the way, y'all.
Driven down Bourbon Street in the first block from Canal Street, mowing down several people and killing them. 10 people dead, more than 30 in the hospital, currently being treated, some for some very serious injuries and some for minor injuries.
And this ended just a few blocks away from that intersection. We know that there was a shootout with police, and 2 police officers were shot, and then the suspect was then shot and killed on Bourbon Street as well. And there were a lot of people out there. Of course, this was 3:15, just 3 hours after the fleur-de-lis drop. You've got a lot of people out, and we're seeing some videos from Bourbon Street that are frankly terrifying.
Yeah, I don't know if we can get an opportunity to kind of rack that up, but just to show the video, just to give you a sense of how this all happened, because there are a lot of questions. No problem. That was a lot of questions regarding how that time, they typically have a plan in place that closes up for the French Quarter, and it's usually just either as a safety measure and as a traffic measure to make sure that we don't have a lot of traffic buildup and we don't have a lot of people that are in danger. And we talked a little bit earlier about one of those measures being bollards that were placed on Bourbon Street, but this was in response years and years ago to activity near the intersection of Hugh Road and Crescent Peak Drive. This is in North Houston. They've secured a perimeter in that area, and they want people to avoid the area. FBI Houston personnel and specialized teams will be on site for several hours, and this is related to this morning's New Orleans attack, but due to the ongoing nature of the investigation, they can't provide further information.
We knew that there were big gaps in the timeline, I should say, from where this truck left in Houston, where it was rented, where this person is from, and where it ended up on Bourbon Street. We know that there is potentially a second crime scene under investigation right now in the St. Roch neighborhood. Now we're hearing of this third perimeter being set up in Houston, and it seems as though the pieces are starting to be put together here by the FBI and by investigators.
I know that right now investigators did not, and hopefully we get an opportunity to play that news conference from earlier so we can give you an update. The latest that we've received from investigators, and things have moved along even since that news conference, ended. But you have a number of officers who are investigating not only what happened on Bourbon Street, but the potential of IEDs being placed all around the French Quarter, potentially elsewhere. These are the places that they've seen they've been placed. 2 of them have been detonated so that they don't explode, and they've collected and gathered the other ones because they are possible incendiary devices. And you also think about the Mandeville Street situation. We heard from one of our Atlanta reporters earlier today who was on Mandeville Street, as well as our reporter Winston Reed, to talk about the fact that after this happened, 2 hours, maybe a little after 2 hours after the incident on Bourbon Street, there was a fire that was set on, there was a fire that was set at a home on Mandeville Street. This is in the St. Roch neighborhood, very residential community here. And that fire that was set led firefighters to put it out, and whatever they found inside of that home led them to call bomb squad. They believe that this was an Airbnb potentially rented by the suspect.
And we know that it was very serious because almost right away, we know that they responded around 5:30 this morning, and by 8 a.m., they were telling neighbors within a 2-block radius that they needed to leave their homes. So there was an evacuation involved. Neighbors had to leave. We're told that they were just grabbing their pets and whatever they could and getting out of the area so that the investigation could take place, and that is still cordoned off at this hour.
Yeah, I know that you have a lot of people right now who are also doing the painstaking work of attempting to locate loved ones.
Yes.
Finding people who, unfortunately, like one of our victims who are visiting town to celebrate the New Year's holiday with us, those who may have been visiting town to go to the Sugar Bowl that has been postponed until tomorrow, or people who are just visiting town or just celebrating what should have been a joyous occasion and gathering of people, as we always do. We are in a very celebratory period of New Orleans. And right now, when you're in that period, as you go from, we joke about this, the fact that we go from Thanksgiving to Christmas to New Year to Mardi Gras to Jazz Fest and to French Quarter Fest. It's just extremely frustrating to see this happen. Right now, we're giving you, this is, I thought this was video from earlier. This is a live look right now that you're getting from Bourbon Street. And during this live look, you'll see we had video a little bit earlier, but it shows you that Bourbon Street is still an active crime scene. It is locked down, so they're asking no one to come to the area. Really try to avoid the French Quarter if you can, but especially that area. We know that some situations are unavoidable because people have to return to work, or you have people in the neighborhood of the French Quarter who live there. These are officers who are still standing out as they investigate this tragic situation. And we had video a little bit earlier that showed officers, this was all captured on Earth Cam, on the same camera that we're giving you now. They showed officers the moment that they found out. Several of them were standing along the street on Bourbon Street, and this was at 3:15 in the morning. The moment they found out what was going on, they ran down Bourbon Street to the scene of where this was happening. I spoke with one of those officers a little bit earlier, and he told me that what he found was tragic, and that it was a horrible scene. There were people who were mowed down, and the suspect was identified with having military gear on and headgear on. There was a long gun that was inside of the vehicle, and he had IED explosive devices. So again, this person came so that he could really make something happen. And there was, even though there was some speculation initially a little bit earlier, there indeed was an ISIS flag. This is confirmed by the FBI that was flying on the back of this truck. Now, this is the video that I'm telling you about here. These are the officers, and you see them standing around. It is 3:15 in the morning and not much happening. And this moment here is the moment that we knew and everyone else knew that something was wrong. All of them ran down the street. And this is a few blocks from where this incident happened. All of them ran down the street towards where this terror attack was happening in this moment. And at this hour, 3:15, a lot of people still out partying, and you have people who don't know necessarily what is going on. So they haven't ran away. This is why if you look at the video or continue to look at the video, it may seem like, no one's paying attention. Bourbon Street is a very long street. This incident happened at really the beginnings of Bourbon Street. And look, you have state police troopers running down the street as well. But this happened to that entryway to to Bourbon Street, where you have Canal and Bourbon. And then you have further down, of course, where this Earth camera is. So there is intentionality of probably getting those people at the entry level, because really a lot of people cannot drive into that area. Being joined now by Katie Moore, and you were talking with David Hammer a little bit earlier about what you guys found, all the investigators found.
Yeah, we've been digging into this all day long, of course, as everyone else has. And one of the things that I recently discovered as we were talking about the FBI in Houston carrying out activity, you and Devin mentioned that statement that they issued through the Houston FBI office. Again, just to reiterate that for those who are just joining us, the FBI Houston and the Harris County Sheriff's Office are currently conducting law enforcement activity near the intersection of Hugh Road and Crescent Peak Drive in North Houston. We have secured a perimeter in that area, and we're asking people to avoid the area. FBI Houston personnel and specialized teams will be on site for several hours. The activity is related to this morning's New Orleans attack, but due to the ongoing nature of the investigation, no further information can be provided. Now, that is of note. I did a public records search on the suspect in this case, the alleged attacker, Shamsud bin Jabbar, and one of his last known addresses is on Crescent Peak Drive. Right. So we can assume that they are securing his home, looking for any evidence that may be contained in his house in Houston. From what we know, from what we've heard from investigators so far, is that this man, again, lived in Houston, possibly on Crescent Peak Drive, according to public records, and then at some point rented that truck, drove to New Orleans, either alone or with other people, and then rented an Airbnb, we believe, according to law enforcement sources, in the St. Roch neighborhood here in New Orleans. And we saw, of course, that heavy police presence around that house earlier today. There was a fire at that house. We believe that may be related to some possible explosive devices or some sort of evidence that was found there. It's unclear how that fire started or when they put it out, but we do know that the ATF was heavily involved in that operation here in New Orleans in the St. Roch neighborhood. Right. So you could assume that you know, they are concerned that there may be some sort of bombs or weapons involved, and that were present at that house here just outside the French Quarter, really, for those who don't know the geography. St. Roch neighborhood's right outside New Orleans. Right outside the French Quarter, rather.
Yeah, so I mean, they were really close. And can you talk about the other IEDs? I know we had David Hammer in earlier, and they detonated 2 of them, but apparently, did we discover if they were actual IEDs that were found, or similar to a pipe bomb or anything?
So yeah, I don't know what kind of they're improvised explosive devices, so they could be anything really. But what we heard from the FBI at the news conference at 1 o'clock was that there are at least 2 that were found and neutralized. They were detonated. Now, we did hear reports that there were other things that were blown up or, you know, detonated around the French Quarter at different locations. It's unclear whether or not those things that were targeted by investigators were actually devices that were explosive, or if it was just something else that was like a suspicious package or something. You know, of course, they're going to be looking into every single thing that they find here in the quarter for the foreseeable future. And
Thank you for watching the infamous Sylvia channel, where laughter and fun make up our panel. Together we build this digital spree. We appreciate you and our growing family. With mods by our side and chat flowing free in this online space. It's just you and me, we laugh until tears roll down like the rain. In this virtual world, you ease all my pains. We're a family, not just a show. Every click and comment makes us grow. Mods and chat, keeping the vibe so right. Together we shine like stars in the night. We cherish the moments, the highs and lows, from the latest gossip to stories untold. You're more than a viewer, you're part of the crew in this space of ours. It's all because of you. This digital world where emotion is shared, every post and reaction showing we care. The love is real in this virtual domain. With every sign and joys we'll both gain. We're a family, not just a show. Every click and comment makes us grow. Mods and chat, keeping the vibe so right. Together we shine like stars in the night. We're a family, not just a show. Every click and comment makes us grow. Mods and chat, keeping the vibe so right. Together we shine like stars in the night. This digital world where emotion is shared, every post and reaction showing we care. The love is real in this virtual domain. With every sign and joys what we'll gain. We're a family, not just a show. Every click and comment makes us grow. Minds in check, keeping the vibe so right. Together we shine like stars in the night. Thank you for watching the infamous Sylvia channel, where laughter and fun make up our panel. Together we build this digital spree. We appreciate you and our growing family. With mods by our side and chat flowing free in this online space. It's just you and me. We laugh until tears roll down like the rain. In this virtual world, you ease all my pains. We're a family, not just a show. Every click and comment makes us grow. Mods and chat, keeping the vibe so right. Together we shine like stars in the night. We cherish the moments, the highs and lows, from the latest gossip to stories untold. You're more than a viewer, you're part of the crew in this space of ours. It's all because of you. This digital world where emotion is shared, every post and reaction showing we care. The love is real in this virtual domain. With every sign and joys we'll both gain. We're a family, not just a show. Every click and comment makes us grow. Mods and chat, keeping the vibe so right. Together we shine like stars in the night. We're a family, not just a show. Every click and comment makes us grow. Mods and chat, keeping the vibe so right. Together we shine like stars in the night. This digital world where emotion is shared, every post and reaction showing we care. The love is real in this virtual domain. With every sign and joys what we'll gain. We're a family, not just a show. Every click and comment makes us grow. Mods and chat, keeping the vibe so right. Together we shine like stars in the night.